голубка.
Он будет постоянно пролетать.
Покажи, голубка.
Еще так сильно есть хочу. Я недавно ела.
Поешь.
Так нечего. А магазин закрыт.
В смысле?
Что?
Ты там голодаешь?
Ну, я не знаю, что делать. Я ела недавно макароны с этими, с помидорами.
И у
Я
тебя что,
сколько
еды
ела?
больше нет?
4. Потом у меня есть эти крупы, но не хочу их есть. Сухомятку, просто крупы.
Ты не закупилась перед праздниками?
А я что-то подумала, типа, да мне хватит. А потом я поняла, что у меня ничего нету. Ну ладно, это один день, завтра они откроют.
Да ладно, один день умру от голода, завтра ничего страшного не наступит и так.
Ну, у меня яйца есть. Можно их поесть. Я их уже с утра ела.
Today we're going to take a first look at the new gameplay camera system Unreal is bringing in to replace the current camera system. And it is designed to be more modular, therefore making it easier to create complex camera behaviors and transitions. So this is the basic third-person camera. So at the bottom left, you can see the widget with the names of the camera. And it comes with the added benefit of being able to scroll in and out using the middle mouse button. But with a single press, I can go to a first-person camera. And this comes with post-process effects like vignette and film grain. With another press, I can end up with an over-the-shoulder camera. With another key press, I end up with a sort of crouch camera. If I press T, I end up with a target lock-on camera, so one that will follow this target actor. If I press 3, I've now got a top-down camera, which will follow from the top, and I can rotate the camera as well. It will come with added sort of features like this with occlusion effects. Then with a single key, I can transition back to a third-person camera. If I go through this area, I now end up with a side-scroller camera where the aspect ratios are constrained. If I carry on to this area here, I've now got a transition to a fixed camera, again with its own post-process and field of view settings. Then I return back to the side scroller, I press 1, I've got my third person camera, I can transition to my first person from that,
У меня в упаковке 6.
I can go back to my over the shoulder, to
Не
my crouch
дразни меня.
camera,
Не дразнить?
to the target lock-on camera,
Хочешь мини-крипи?
Я хочу есть.
and so on.
Покушал.
So the transitions should be very simple to create, and the complex camera behaviors can be as the new. Created a default third-person project, and I'm using Unreal 5.5.4. If you go to your plugins and enter Gameplay Camera, you'll end up with the Gameplay Cameras plugin to activate. Now this seems to be enabled by default in this current version, and it is marked as being experimental. I think the plan is for it to transition from experimental to beta to production ready between Unreal 5.6 to 5.8. But as you saw from the demonstration, it seems to work pretty well. And most of the core features have been set, though there will be some changes along the way. Unreal showcased this system in their latest gameplay animation sample project, so we can assume it is going ahead. And as you will see, it makes creating cameras with complex behaviors much simpler than doing it. Types of cameras enabled, do enable that first. Will have access to the assets used in the gameplay camera system. And essentially the transition every variable collections. The thing you need to create is to choose the camera type or the director type. The two common ones that are given are the blueprint camera director or the single camera director. The blueprint camera director is if you want to have multiple sort of camera rigs running, and if it's just a single camera, you might go for the single camera director. If you go down to all classes, you can then access the state tree camera director as well. What we'll do is we'll start off maybe creating a blueprint camera director as our director type, and then look at the other ones a bit later on. So if you click on that, we can now call this our camera asset. We'll say camera asset player. In it, editor, the rigs, node here, which I know that ours is direct evaluate. As this class, you have access to override functions, where essentially this function runs every frame. If we go back to our camera asset, back in the camera rig that you've created, camera, these are the nodes which will then be available to a third. There are detailed search for box. So this for you. So you could just drag the sequence. You can then choose what the subsequent nodes would be. I mean, in a simple third-person setup, we normally have a camera setup first, and then we can build on it. So from the sequence, we could say we want a boom arm. Drag that out, and then we can connect it. And once you connect it, it then creates a new node for another child. You can, and then there are other settings that you can. How do we now use this in camera? Well, the first thing we want then. So that creates a gameplay camera component for us. And if we click on this, so under camera to be auto 0, so and save that by press. And the reason is we need to activate that camera rig in the director frame, and as it's every frame, activate camera, and we can choose a third person rig camerated. So this is linked to this camera asset that we create, linked to this asset that we call third person camera. And we can add rotation, look up and down, and so forth. But we can add some more settings to that player, to that camera. So we can boom offset, limit how we could, so we could drag on the input.
Чего? Что ты сказала?
Access by
Видос у тебя там опять был?
Может быть, что-то услышу.
Ау!
You can now bind to certain access actions. So you could click on that, and we can say, let's bind to our IA look. That now means that we can now override how much it can be clamped in the X and Y. So I think the Y gives you the that up and down. So we could say, let's restrict it. So, and we'll play to how much I can go up and down. So I can go all the way up here, but it stops instead of going through the ground like it was previously. As we've overridden this axis, we could go back to our third mode, adding a trolley yaw and pitch. Now again, press the camera rig is controlled. So that's one thing we can do. We may also on that drag it in and think maybe the four. We can also add in occlusion material. Click on the node, or we can create one of hands. Needs to have a. We could write maybe apply. That should be saved as working, and we get this occlusion. Now there's one thing that you might, and we get this occlusion. Now there's one thing that you might, so when the camera is facing this way, everything is moving as you'd expect it when I press left and right and forward and back. If I rotate the camera, now actually when I'm pressing forward, back, left or right, forward, it's all kind of moving in the wrong direction. So forward is actually moving to the left, back, left is moving backwards. And the reason for that comes down to, I think, if you go back to your third person character, it's something to do with this, the issue with the control rotation. So the gameplay camera is not necessarily setting the control rotation correctly, and then things are going in the wrong direction. So there are different ways that you can solve this. Particular problem, but the easiest
А я Сабина, Сабина, Сабина. А я крутая, крутая, крутая. Даже может слишком, слишком, слишком.
Нет.
Нет?
Нет.
Ну, почему нет?
Достаточно.
Что значит достаточно?
Достаточно.
Что значит достаточно?
Достаточно.
Я не понимаю, что это значит.
Достаточно крутая.
А. То есть ты уже достаточно крутая?
Угу.
И что это должно значить?
Что значит?
Что не значит? Это то и значит.
Может, протеиновый коктейльчик попить?
Коктейльчик?
Протеиновый коктейльчик. А у меня и пропало. А у меня есть они? Они у меня как раз вот такие случаи, когда ничего есть. Хочется.
Они тебя не спасут.
Они действительно есть. Так.
Я запрещаю им тебя спасать.
Есть клубника. И смятый шоколад.
Они тебя не не спасут.
Выберем.
Что, я выбираю?
Выбирай. Клубника, мята или шоколад.
Почему я выбираю?
Есть
Клубника.
возможность выбора. Клубника. Ну, такой себе выбор, но ладно. Я возьму мяту.
Ну так возьми мяту.
Я возьму мяту.
Ты возьмешь мяту?
Да.
Зачем ты меня спрашивал тогда?
Подразнить.
Подразнить?
Иллюзия выбора.
Я не буду тебе больше отвечать тогда в следующий раз.
Ну что?
Ну, ты спросишь меня, я буду просто молчать.
Да.
Ок. Окей. Что это за звук сейчас был?
Кстати, я микрофон выключу.
Зачем?
Я буду блендить. Это очень громко.
Ну-ка, дай мне пример.
Ой. Нормально?
Замуть, замуть. Замуть! А, ты теперь это специально будешь да, делать? Чё?
Я опять включу.
Ты мне яйца скрутишь?
Если я опять включу, чтобы ты так сделал,
Зачем?
чтобы ты страдал.
Зачем?
Потому что ты меня передразниваешь.
Я не передразниваю.
Меня передразниваешь.
Я так не думаю.
Ты меня передразниваешь.
Я так не думаю.
Ты меня передразниваешь.
Я не думаю, что я так делаю.
Делаешь.
Тебе кажется. Спасибо большое.
Пожалуйста.
А зачем ты сбивала, кстати? Что ты сбивала?
Коктейль этот протеиновый, чтобы там комочков не было.
Окей, как у тебя он на вкус?
Очень вкусно.
Очень вкусно.
Очень вкусно.
Что ты будешь теперь каждый день пить?
Кстати, можно.
И будешь качаться еще, у тебя никуда не будут не выходить, и поэтому ты станешь толстой? Ты
Да,
будешь на массе?
да. Если я буду попу отращивать.
Норм.
Я на твою посмотрела и такая, блин.
Да ты успокойся уже.
Реально, ты посмотри, что она твою задницу, она у тебя круглая. Идеально круглая.
Ты что, на фотку сохранила, что ли?
Видео же.
Ты теперь эту фотку как рамочку поставила, что ли?
Да, я распечатываю, на мне рамочки стоят.
Это такая, блин, да посмотри, показываешь пальцем, сейчас скажи.
Да.
Отращивай, отращивай, попу, отращивай.
Я могу себе оставить вот этот мятный, чтобы ты попробовал. Он вкусный прям.
Как хочешь. Окей, я понял. Почему она квадратная? Вот так вот это не понимаю. seru. звуки такие страшные?
М.
Даже не знаю, как объяснить. Что ты хихикаешь?
Что эти за звуки? Может, это у
Такие.
тебя в голове?
Ага, у меня в голове теперь, да?
Да.
Угу.
Может, ты с ума сходишь?
Угу. Тебя понял.
Ой.
О май гад!
М,
Сабин, угадай, кто пришел.
м.
Угадай.
Вольф?
Вольфен!
О, Удивительно.
О май гад! And other girls. How are you, Wolfen? Long time no see. School. School busy. It's fine. I am cooking, to be honest. I have so much stuff. I fixed AI. I'm now creating cloth simulations, new skins. You know. New armor. New everything. Hello, Lily. Snow in the winter? No, I don't have. Where I live, I don't have.
В смысле?
Что в смысле? Снега нет у меня.
Вообще?
Вообще.
Ужас.
Make snow ice cream. Yeah, Wolfen, go make some snow ice cream, please. Schadenfreude. What the fuck? So many people. Hello, Schadenfreude. Everyone is here. Yes, so many people. What the fuck? Hype. Don't worry, guys. You're gonna see. Look. Okay, let's see cloth simulation. I didn't press simulate. Zero, one, two, three. 0, 1. 2, 3. It's fine. At least it does shake. Not the best way, but What do you mean show some code? I don't need to code anything now. Right now, Schadenfreude, I only need to fix AI. I can do AI coding for you if you want. But I use only blueprints. Sorry to disappoint you, but... Show me some code. Oh yes, this is what I did. Nuclear reactor. Sorry, I don't have nuclear reactor at my house right now. It's coming though. I do not multiply. Why does it move so bad? He's walking steward because his bottom part doesn't look good. Because it just doesn't look good. He shortens the back. This one. I can do it already. Where is it? We're getting player scale. You want something like this? That's good. Oh, it's so sad.
Что такое?
Оно не следует как нужно.
Зачем такой огромный сделал?
Ну, Шаденфройда захотел, я ему сделал.
Понятно.
White. Leg L. Leg L. Did I save? Yep. And maybe this will be fixed. No one left? What do you mean? Yeah, it's so... I mean, the upper part looks good. Upper part looks good. There is something with as a mesh, I think. Okay, this is a failure. Failure. Wait. Yeah. So this one is failure. Yeah, I see. Okay, let's try to add it to leg. And if it doesn't work, I think it should be connected to the leg and then it will be fine. Okay. It was a good test. Let's add the function real quick for that and swap mesh. For each loop, no way they should be keyed. Okay. SKM assets, armor assets. Skeleton mesh object reference. My bad. Wait. SKM armor keys or map.
Почему посмеялись? Я не помню.
Чё?
Да, спрашиваю, чему посмеялись.
Чунька смеялась? Че?
Да.
Я не понял просто. Music.
Fucking know, so now I'm singing, whoa, this is all I ever dreamed about and God it shows. Swimming through this lake and trying to rid of all my woes. Something in my head is telling me to take it slow.
Take it slow. Oh, oh.
She said, baby, take your time and find it on the road. Life is but a dream and it depends on where you go. I've been meeting people that I hardly fucking know. Hardly fucking know, so now I'm singing, whoa, this is all I ever dreamed about and God it shows. Swimming through this lake and trying to rid of all my woes. Something in my head is telling me to take it slow. Please just take it slow.
Oh my god.
Please just take it slow. I've been trying to pace it by erasing who I know. Lifting up my spirit in a pirouette with ghosts. Dancing with the devil every
Should be
time I
different.
fucking smoke. They would never know. Panic sits before me in a newly painted coat.
It should be
I
integer.
drank so much, baby, please don't rock the boat. Fully
And this
automatic,
should
I
be
go manic in
skeletal.
these notes. This is what I wrote. This is what I wrote. Tough minds and I'm jet lagged. I'm not talking enough, I regret that. I'm cunning as fuck, but I cracked that. I put my whole life in this backpack, and I'm hoping that I never backtrack. Tough minds and I'm jet lagged. I'm not talking enough, I regret that. I'm cunning as fuck, but I cracked that. I put my whole life in this backpack, and I'm hoping that I never backtrack. Tough minds and I'm jet lagged. I'm not talking enough, I regret that. I'm cunning as fuck, but I cracked that. I put my whole life in this backpack, and I'm hoping that I never backtrack. Tough minds and I'm jet lagged.
One, two, three, four, five.
You can say if you want it, say you do, but you're always off running. You can say never gonna bring it back, so you're leaving in the morning. Stop waking up alone and smoking on. I'll see your face no more and hope it's gone. You know you can stay if you want it.
If you want it. If you want it.
Thought that you'd leave, but you started quoting songs that we'd sing in my car each morning. Follow the breeze, the leaves fall around us. Fight off the freezing cold with the sound of every breath exhaled in this dark room. Burning to me are marks where the sparks flew, fostering peace. I plead not to argue. Often I think that I hardly know you. Where are you going? I said, but I'm choking on words that I wish I could throw up. Fear that I'm loathing the depth of my coding. I feel like my brain's about to blow up. Hey, what I'm becoming, come with the seasons. I'll change like the leaves do in autumn. Just know that I meant this. These words are infectious. They'll sit like a sting when it's all done. If you want it.
It's out, не понял.
Как ты делаешь?
Слушай, я молчу.
Gucci.
This song brings on the weather. Teardrops upon my sweater. I cry in bed whenever I see you guys together. Fuck love, it's all a lie. I can't sleep, I'd rather die than see that look in your eye. It sucks that I'm not your guy, but I think you're really cool. I think you're really cool. Like, yeah, I think you're really cool. Like, I think you're really cool. Like, yeah, I think you're really cool. Like, I packed my bags last week. Sunrise and I'm on my feet. Let's skip town and chase our dreams, 'cause this place ain't what it seems. Come home, let's synchronize. My soft lips caress your thighs. You get me so fucking high. The voices in my head collide. Voices in my head collide. I think you're really cool. I think you're really cool. Like, yeah, I think you're really cool. Like, I think you're really cool. Like, yeah, I think you're really cool. Like, I think you're really cool. Like, my voice now, she don't care. No, I can't breathe. I got no air, no sympathy for my despair. I cut my wrist and grow my hair. I'm out of my mind. Yeah, I'm out of my mind. I think I'm out of my mind. I think you're really cool. Like, yeah, I think you're really cool. Like, yeah, I think you're really cool. Like, yeah, I think you're really cool. Like, I think you're really cool. Like.
Что ты?
Я занят. Не знаю, тяжело. Думать надо. L-arm, okay.
I wish I had friends. I wish I had anyone to save me, but I ain't like them. I'm just a nightmare in the making. This ends. At the Baculek will take me away from loose ends. Cause I'm not to be forsaken. Maybe it's a part of me, the anxiety. But the funny thing is it's all I can see. And it lies to me, fucking blinding me. When I honestly just feel like I'm on drugs. Even though I don't even take them, it's fucking me up. Ride these highs and feel complacent. It's like I'm on drugs. I hide sometimes so I feel safe from the pain in my gut. Yeah, it's fucking me up. Feels like I'm on drugs. Yeah, I should
Fuck.
Swim to the surface when I'm stable. Let's skip the pretend. Cause this life is not a fable. The story don't end. Till I'm hooked to all these cables and start to see red as they lie me on the table. Maybe it's the start of things, something I can see. It's beyond a dream, an advisory, and it lies to me, fucking binding me. When I honestly just feel like I'm on drugs. Even though I don't even take them, it's fucking me up. Ride these highs to feel complacent. It's like I'm on drugs. I hide sometimes so I feel safe from the pain in my gut. Yeah, it's fucking me up. Somebody wake me, cause life is a daydream, and I'm wasting time with you. So many faces, yeah, I'm losing patience.
Tough.
And I'm stuck on loving you. Feels like I'm on drugs. Yeah, it feels like I'm on drugs. Feels like I'm on drugs. Feels like I'm on drugs. Yeah, yeah.
Disturbing, stagnant, like a rotting corpse. Shattered into fragments by a headless rocking horse. Red curtains close to gag, the fiddlers with remorse. Who riddles a little whore with melody strings.
Yes. It's faster for me. Oh, you mean like... Wait, you mean when you type get something? You mean like this? When I have a lot of stuff, I type. Or you mean this one? When I promote or when I get reference like this? When I'm working with something that is very close, I drag always. Ah, yeah. No. It's a little bit. It doesn't even work. So. I don't know. So I have 3 skeletal meshes. And I should have only 1 reference. So I need an array of keys. About that. Just go back. Just like that. Think about that. Don't just let. I mean, at this point, if I do it differently, I don't even need the index. But I think I with left mouse side, grab with the string with control and drag it. With the left mouse side. Oh, you mean like this? Oh, what the fuck? What the fuck? Get away. Ah, yeah. Okay, let's explore my struct. And work around from it. Equipment. Item type. Not sleep, and I cannot sleep. Equipment stats. Okay, so I have equipment set value, equipment set, and equipment slot. Why do I need equipment set? To send this integer to player. Or okay, anyways, I need this. And SKM to use. Tomorrow. So I need 3 more sections. Okay. Now I need to get mesh. Should it be database? So we will swap based on equipment slot. Probably. Equipment slot. Weapon cape head. Okay. L arm and right arm. So pants. So here I need logic to swap. Arm. Okay, so all of them connected. Body armor and head are the easiest one. Do I need to get SCM? Okay, so item will have skeletal mesh inside it for sure. Inventory item. Equipment item. Skeletal mesh. Object reference. SKM. Should it be database? Probably yes. Okay, I already have a scan here.
Selfish on my basement, smoke till I got faded. Must get back to basics. Take a shot of bourbon, give yourself a fucking facelift. Now work on the album all damn night until I make it. And you could probably hear the frogs in the background of this song while they swimming in the pond. Cause I just moved out my Mars, I got everything I want. I ain't even gotta fly. Cause it's weird shit like how just from the 80s.
Okay, let's not skeletal mesh, but primitive component object reference. Primitive component object reference. Primitive component object reference. SKM/SM or just mesh. Okay. Okay. Something like gold in my head, like the mesh. Again. For once. That's right. Okay, lazy way. Lazy way. Lazy way. Oh, 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 oh.
wasting all my life online. I've been chasing all these faces of mine. I'm okay, think I've lost my sense of pain. Suffering inside my brain tonight. I don't think they really care. I'm breathing but ain't got nowhere. The room is spinning over there, but my life in a fucking square. I'm hopeless and I know it's true. Loving me ain't possible. I'm tripping over obstacles. I'm melting like a popsicle. You call me but I dodge your call. Antisocial protocol. I'm a lamb before I fall. Even if I have to crawl. Even if I gotta write a line about the time I saw demons in the rear view of the whip, and now I feel it all. I'ma run away, it's just what I do all day. Gotta get the fuck away. Obviously I'm the problem, cause I think about your face when you're ghosting. I'm proposing that we fall back into place like
I don't need keys, right? I don't need to raise for that. I take away the pain. Why I can't get it? Yes, equipment, no? Oh, because it didn't compile.
remember when they said we wouldn't strive, but we wrote it out and cracked the fucking code. Yeah. Remember when we lost the fucking mind, so sedated shit, but now we on the road. Yeah, now we on the road. Heading out on tour, the journey just began. I ain't never done this shit before.
What?
The pressure coming in, and if we coming to your city, hope you catch me if you can. Been asking how I did it, but the answer is a plan. So I slipped into the void and let that shit just free my mind. Threw my clothes inside a suitcase 1 month after I got signed. Independence gave me purpose and my team always aligned. I put my heart into this music, left everything else behind. And if you're wondering about me, I guess I've been doing fine. For knowledge is on my compass on Interstate 95.
I should be able to get it, no?
Smoking palm in the pines. My purpose is proven through you was possible within time. The conscious so fucking heavy and everything on the line. You lose yourself in the midst, always noted of all the signs. You focused on criticism, opinions are the divine. My art is a fucking vessel, ventriloquist in my spine. We cut the line and said we with the band. The bottle that's many, and we shaking lots of hands. Yeah, this is so unusual, but fuck it, here's a plan. We gon' sip another clown, play some CeeLo in the band, play some CeeLo in the band. Then you post it on the ground, like it's but a dream when you've been feeling like the man.
Okay, weapon is easy.
Wake up tomorrow, different city, different fans. I've been dreaming about this shit since the day I learned to stand.
In my wake up, take a puff of the pen. Me and bro is smoking, trying to ascend to the clouds. Different shows, different towns, different lives that I see, different vibes that I read. I hope I live my life just like my dreams. I don't care if I go to extremes. It's inside my genes, so it seems. So I'ma be best and surpass with my team. Yeah.
Okay, now. For parents, I need 3. I need 3 skeletal meshes. Is there a way to make it literal?
Starving, does it, makes me knock it in it. Say
This is good. This is actually nice. Oh my god. Yeah, I sold it. I sold it. Oh my god. I did solve it. Oh my god. Did I? Can you add keys? Up. The only way. The only way. It's the only way. The only way. It's the only way.
You got friends, I got hoes, what's the difference? I've been thinking, is we really, really living different? I've been thinking, I've been loving all the independence, craving codependence, finding love up in abandon. Feelings come and go, I already know, feeling cold, left out in the snow, I've been feeling low, low. You don't wanna know, so I'll never show it. Don't know where to go and now I'm feeling so alone. It's a problem in my psyche, probably, I'll be honest. I've been on the walls like grommet, whoa. Burning on my lungs, my tongue's been in between her lips too long, her hips too long. Oops, I said more than I meant to, mom. Never meant to hurt you, I mean to desert you. I swear to God, you'll be fine when it's time. In a rhyme, I'm by your side. But I cannot face it today, no. I still see the love in your face, whoa. I see your ghost in this place. Everything I own still yours, and I hate that. I cannot shake that, no, I can't escape that, no, no.
I will keep it for now like this.
No, I've been replaced, whoa, whoa. I can't take this, no, fuck my life. I can't find all the shit I talk inside. I can't hide from myself, but God, how I'm trying to. I can't erase the past, and I sure as fuck can't take it back. So I've been on a mission and wishing I've just been killing time. I've been filling time until you're mine, till the pain unwinds. I cannot feel it, I constantly hear it, it's echoing deep in my mind. Yeah. I cannot feel it, I constantly hear it, it's echoing.
I think this can be looped, by the way. No, it can't be.
You'll be alright and I'll be okay. Never quite sure which way to go. God, I know. God, I know.
I mean, this can be a function. This is what I mean.
Now that you're gone and I'm all alone, I've got these habits, I'm losing control. I do not know where the fuck I'ma go. Tonight, tonight, tonight. So won't you please be mine again tonight? You got friends, I got hoes, what's the difference? I've been thinking, is we really, really living different? I've been thinking, I've been loving all the independence, craving codependence, finding love up in abandon. Feelings come and go, I already know. Feeling cold, left out in the snow. I've been feeling low, low. You don't wanna know, so I'll never show it. Don't know where to go and now I'm feeling so alone. It's started up in Buffalo, yo, kinda cold, but I call it home and I always will. Crossing over the rainbow, bridge to Toronto, getting kinda snacky, so we hit no frills. About to play another show, pack it up and go, capturing the glow while the city's still. Captivated to and fro, being on my bros. How the fuck is any of this really real? Really real, really real. I used to struggle trying to figure how I really feel. I made a song into a bottom, made me really feel like I was less alone and all this honesty it healed me. I remember making beats up at my mom's, thinking one day I'ma make it out the house with all these songs. Simple times and drastic measures picked me up and made me strong. Now I'm writing all these words and sitting right where I belong. Like messing with my bros, keeping on the road, hitting potholes in a sprinting van. I'm leaning out the window, breeze on my coat. You were on my mind before this began. And it's true, truly be told, when I'm all alone, I scroll on my phone trying to run the next. It don't matter where we go, I just hope you know you're the one thing that I always miss.
Okay. love me at all. Okay. Body, head, and I think that's it. Arm, leg, body, leg, shoulder, head. Yep. Me, suffocate me, body. Pants. A left arm. Right arm. Shish! Okay. Okay.
Forever to fill it with cold. Now when I'm sad, it's like nobody knows. Like nobody knows, nobody cares. I threw the roach with the smoke in the air. You settle down with my hands in your hair. Sunsets here always burn like flares. Yeah, they burn like flares. Orange and you don't care. Eyes bounce off a phone screen glare. Pale red lipstick, sky blue hair. Baby, just look at me, please, I swear. You will receive everything you need. Wipe away tears when you're talking to me. I'll show you the life you don't think you see. Hate me, suffocate me. I've been looking for
Okay, let's go to equipment now. Or let's just press the button for now. Okay, let's swap. This one. And this one.
I've been faded in the basement contemplating all the places I escaped, you gotta face it. I'm erasing faces from my brain just to replace it, cause I got so much pain in here that only I've created. Man, I just don't know if I can do this anymore. I shut the fucking door on everyone that I adore and only wants to watch me soar. I'm starting wars with the help that I've been looking for, so I don't have to swim ashore and ruin who I've guaranteed.
I think I'll stop breathing. Run away just to escape all my demons. You know how I'm feeling, but the pressure on my back got me crying for no reason. I'm a mess inside the body of a man. Implementing pain inside my brain is all I can. Do whatever you can to evade the upper hand. Life is full of fuck-ups and I know just what I am. Yeah, I know just what I am.
You, my sound, let me drown, I'm not calming down. I think it's over now, like king without a fucking crown. My throne's been thrown around and time's still slowing down. I'll take it as a sign to barricade and wreck my proper noun. It only hurts with every verse, I think I'm fucking cursed. Tell me it gets better, I'll feel worse. Yeah, that shit's rehearsed. I'm too perverse to smile, so I'm breathing in reverse. Trying to learn my lungs to burst and body bag me in a hearse.
I think I'll stop breathing. Run away just to escape all my demons. You know how I'm feeling, but the pressure on my back got me crying for no reason. I'm a mess inside the body of a man. Implementing pain inside my brain is all I can. Do whatever you can to evade the upper hand. Life is full of fuck-ups and I know just what I am. Yeah, I know just what I am. What I am is a prodigy. I'm a full metal alchemist using reverse psychology to make myself believe that I am proud of me. But I hate my fucking face in all honesty. Honestly, I don't think I'll make it past 26. 7 grams in my grinder, where the fuck's a spliff? Roller sticky cause I'm feeling like fucking shit. Separation anxiety's just a fucking trip. I find it funny when you tell me that you care. You say that you love me, but your love's not fair. Distancing yourself from the feelings I bear. If you wanna let me go, better tell me when and where.
Why it's not able to automatically update? Какой там Актимель у тебя заиграл? Сабин. Что это сейчас было?
Что?
Что это у тебя заиграло там?
Не знаю.
В смысле ты не знаешь?
Не знаю.
В смысле ты не знаешь? Признавайся. Привет, Алексей. Why?
Как же нормально. Тебя как?
Что говоришь?
Читаю, Алексей, отвечаю.
Сабин,
Сиди, страдает.
как жизнь? Ты был прав, на Якутск сегодня не дропнули скидку. Обращайся. Что ты хихикаешь от Сабин?
Смешно сказал.
Нет, не смешно сказал. Ты как
Как
будто
обычно,
издевательски смеялась.
Почему? Как обычно, все кубично смешно.
It's so bad.
Ничего.
I'm upset.
Он страдает что-то. Плачет, сидит.
Ну что это поменялось? Что, издеваетесь надо мной, что ли? Потому что я сказал helmet, а должен быть pants. О! С прогрессом плохо, я не знаю, как ткань делать. Я не шарю по ткани вообще. У него юбка не работает. Смотри, как у него юбка ублюдски смотрится. А когда стоит, то все нормально. А когда приседает... Ну, посмотри на это. Что это такое? Что с этим делать? Но так она типа норм реагирует на все. Верхний вообще с кайфово работает. Но она даже не поворачивается тоже. Алексей, много хочешь, знаешь что, слышь? Чмошница, иди сюда. Я не знаю, как это сделать. Что ты говоришь? Давай посмотрим, если она есть. А даже самому интересно, если она есть. Ну и, наверное, сегодня пофиксим. Интересно. А где currently overlapping? Currently overlapping. Currently overlapping. Combat on box. Currently overlapping. This one. Camera swap. False. Interactive object. To my door, it's hard to anymore. I take those and the reason is supposed to do. Sure. Overlapping item. Oh, it's actually sources. Ignore only pawn. Сейчас посмотрим. Нет симуляции. ChatGPT, 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 ChatGPT. ChatGPT, 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 ChatGPT. I have glove simulation on my skeletal mesh, and it's driven by parent actor component, pose component, parent pose. Pose parent component. This is because you don't have enabled.
Yes.
Коленка. Ты коленка, Сабин.
Я коленка.
Ты коленка.
Опа.
Кто?
Опа.
Кто?
Ты.
Ты коленка.
Опа.
In the physics asset or cloth config section, ensure that gravity scale is set to 1.
Ой, господи.
А лихий кто?
Лихий. Не знаю. Якудза. Он постоянно не говорит. Довольно?
Gravity scale. Playback velocity. Inherited velocity. Navigate to the skeletal mesh cloth configuration settings. Shadow box уберем. Five. Use world space simulation.
65. No destination inside of my mind. I've taken pills in the past, I'll be fine. Losing my head just to keep me alive. Keep me alive. Eyes, saw a lot of signs, but these guys start a lot of conflict.
Сделал, только не работает клофинг там нормально. Не работает. Скин-то я сделал, и он меняется. Вот смотри, я сейчас нажму 8, и штанишки оденутся другие. Только... Там, короче, сверху прикольно делал. Ткань сверху хорошо работает. А вот юбка, видишь, какая ублюдская сзади? Я пока не знаю, что с ней делать. Она типа не двигается, как будто бы даже.
Пластик.
У нее какая-то огромная попа, типа. Ну прикольно, но она не работает как должна.
Он подъюбник носит просто, вот это есть же.
Как это, корсет, типа, тогда в это было.
И подъюбник, да, какой-то такой. Я не знаю, как называется. Он такой пластиковый.
А так норм. Это еще без коллиженов, без всего, естественно.
Алексею передали привет!
Ну, типа, в идеале это должны быть скелеты. А там, если они, короче, не могут нормально работать с модульными. Сейчас загуглим, кстати. Кто скелеты? Кто скелеты? Кто скелеты?
Скелет. Кладбище. Смерть.
Кто скелеты? Я уже не помню, что я говорил. Какие скелеты? Подожди.
Про ткань что-то, типа, это должны быть скелеты.
А! Да, это типа в Риге должно быть. Тогда она вообще отлично будет работать. Там она и с гравитацией будет, и без гравитации, и тому подобное.
Иди мне пиво кушать.
Что видосы посмотрим? Ну, кушаю.
И не клеит.
Помню прикольный мультик-мюзикл про скелетов от Диснея. А! Я тебя понял.
In this video, we're gonna be doing something really cool. We're gonna be doing cloth simulation inside Unreal Engine 5. I'm gonna do the setup in Maya, but you can
Окей, ребят, отдыхаем, смотрим. Релакс.
It's pretty obvious that the cloth is not being simulated. As you can see, it just has an animation, and it doesn't look good. So So we're gonna give it some simulation inside the Unreal Engine. So the first thing that we have to do is let's open Maya, have your character here with the rig. Let's click out Python. Now open the script editor. File open. It's free to download. We're gonna plot. Let's save. Save.
В натуре какой-то районный парень.
So you wanna this part, and you wanna give this a different material, like cloth material 01. The plugin is gonna automate this, but if you are doing that, you got that material. Long as gonna need so
Что он делает? Откуда я понимаю?
Parts to selecting that you want for cloth. Let's select it as mesh.
Ребят, можно без кринжа в чате?
Poly.
Какой Нед Симпсон? Когда все сужалось? Вот этот?
Feels a little gritty here. Yeah, we ran out of floorboards there, so we painted the dirt. Pretty clever.
Oh, something is definitely wrong with this hallway.
Come on in! It's your master bedroom! Ow, my nose!
Well, I've seen about enough.
Basically, you're making a low poly for your low poly. It's the same idea. You want everything to match as closely as. And the asset name Vampire Final Clothing 01. Let's create it. Now you can see it hided the proxy mesh. So now here's.
I don't care about proxy mesh.
Here's your paint value. And we added the extra edge because you do not want to have this be any other color than purple. You want to have no simulation at the beginning. So that's looking fine.
Ну это я смотрю, как он делает. Но это без, он это без скелета делает сейчас.
Let's not hit isolate, deactivate cloth paint. Acid.
Как у него это будет выглядеть?
Texture back. Step again.
Это он collision включил.
Just preview animation or run animation.
У тебя же не все как у людей. У тебя же что-то там какое-то странное.
Double real and not that can. For now, want to do be doing simulation stuff characters. You and we have some collision.
Но пока он не сделал ничего интересного.
Wanna close at the moment. It's looking a lot better now. It's not clipping too much. But we're gonna need to edit some of the set. Now we go to clothing and we can hit the close off set.
Короче, я знаю, что мне не так, и я знаю, что мне с этим сделать надо. У меня проблема в том, что они отдельные. Если юбку вокруг персонажа загнуть, будет легче, все нормально работать. Что там называется теперь? Cloth Simulating.
Now that we did the physics asset, we don't need to let be on. What's from to do?
Да тут useless какой-то.
also do 0-4 right away. And mess with it until you get something that you like.
Окей, идем к самому Unreal Engine.
Different shirts. There you go. You can see the different bones swapping out depending on. It's just a couple static bodies for the bones that are going to be moving by animation, and then some simulated bodies. These are just color.
Вот это интересно. У него вообще что это такое?
Upper body to use my new color setup. There we go. Now we didn't see anything change here, but let's see what happens when we look at our bones. I'm going to do show flag.bones space 1. That will now show all the bones that are in this viewport. Okay, well this is interesting. We see the backpack, we can see that custom skeleton, and we see this cyan colored skeleton, but we don't see the collarbones. It's kind of weird. Let's change this back to different shirts. Yeah, we still don't see those. The reason we don't see those is because we are using this leader pose component. Previously, I had mentioned how it's only going to use the bones from this leader, from the lower body. And that lower body does not have any of those collarbones. So if I take upper body and say, you know what, you don't get to follow along with the leader anymore. Disconnect this. In fact, let's move it out of the way and compile. Now I see those collarbones. If I select different character, or actually let's just go ahead and change this to a different shirts. There you go. You can see the different bones swapping out depending on the bones that were applied to each of those meshes. All right, so let's go back to my collar. There we go. Problem though, as you may have guessed, is when I go back to my animation, now it's not following along anymore.
Вот это то, что мне надо было.
Let's fix that. I go to my shirt color rig and I create an animation blueprint. I've already created a couple of these that you see in the folder, but we'll create a new one. Let's say color, let's say shirt color. Open this up. Okay, so I can do a few things here. Let's start with exactly what we did before for the backpack. Input pose, and let's do a rigid body. Back this up. Usual, select them all, press Q to make everything pretty. Pretty graphs save lives, people. And I created a physics asset for this as well. Let's apply that. And I'm going to go ahead and bring in some forces. And compile. You can see these physics bodies right there. Let me go ahead and open up the physics asset so you can see what I created. It's just a couple static bodies for the bones that are going to be moving by animation.
Вот как он это сделал?
These are just collar bodies that are boxes. But to flop around a little bit, give a little bit of motion to this. Okay, so I'm going to save this, and I'm going to apply it to my shirt. I'm going to apply it to my shirt here using this blueprint, since we basically want it to follow along with our character. So I'm going to choose, let's see what we call this, color demo, and compile. Well, I did something wrong here. I think what I did wrong is I used input pose. Why did it work on the backpack and it doesn't work here? Well, the answer is because there's no pose being fed into this. In fact,
Так, подождите, надо к бэкбэку вернуться. Все, смотрим с самого начала, ребят. Очень интересно.
Is playing on this. Unfortunately, it's only playing on the legs, but it's a starting point. Something to note about this specific stylized character kit is it is all based on the UE4 epic skeleton, and they're all using that exact same skeleton reference. So when we're playing this idle animation, we're playing that third-person idle from UE4 on our character. Okay, so obviously we want this animation to play on the entire character, and we'll get to that here in a sec. Before I do that, I want to rename these parts so I can understand what they are a bit better, and I'm going to move them into a hierarchy that makes more sense. So here I'm going to say, I'm going to name this lower body, and I'll name this upper body, name this hands, this head, or you can see where I'm going with this, beard, hair, and finally, I'm going to call this face accessory. It might be earrings, it could be glasses, it could be all kinds of things. And then I'm going to parent this into kind of a structure that the body will be built up from. In this case, the upper body is always going to be attached to the lower body. The hands are probably always going to be following the upper body. Head is probably going to be following that upper body as well. And the beard, hair, and face accessory following the head. There we go. And once again, even though I made these changes, and if I play my idle animation, you still see only the legs smoothing. Alright, so if we go into the construction script, we're going to build what is called the leader pose. In previous versions of Unreal, this was called the master pose. It's been renamed to leader pose. If you're looking for it in the previous version, that's what it was called. And essentially what it does is it takes in meshes that you want, skinned meshes that you would like to follow one specific leader. In this case, we want all of these to follow the lower body. So I'm going to say my lower body is my leader, and all of these get to go along for the ride. Just going to connect all of these up individually. Now what's really interesting and cool about this leader pose component is it's only going to evaluate lower body, and it's going to copy in memory or reference in memory the exact bones of lower body onto the rest of these meshes. If there are bones, for instance, in hair that do not exist in lower body, they will not be visible. In fact, they will not even evaluate the exact bones of lower body, and it's going to copy in memory or reference in memory the exact bones of lower body onto the rest of these meshes. If there are bones, for instance, in hair that do not exist in lower body, they will not be visible. In fact, they will not even evaluate. What that means is that this is hyper performant, it's very fast, and allows you to optimize a lot of animation where necessary. There are some downsides. For instance, if you have a ponytail, in this specific structure, you need to have that ponytail bones all the way in lower body or upper body. We're going to get around that here in a couple minutes. Okay, so now if we go to my viewport again and compile.
То, что мне нужно было, он все это здесь говорит.
Now we have our idle animation playing on everything. Oftentimes, you want to attach various items to your character, maybe weapons on the hips or a backpack, for instance. In this case, I created a backpack using all of my modeling skills here, and you see it has a complete custom skeleton. Does not share any bones with our default character skeleton. We're going to have to find a new way to attach this rather than using that leader pose. All this is a backpack root, and then a couple bones for the straps, so that these straps can be animated. I want to animate them with physics, so I created a physics asset as well. This is just a kinematic body and simulated bodies for these straps, so those can swing around as my character runs. I'm not going to go into all the details of setting up a physics body or a physics setup, but I will link a great talk about creating physics assets from scratch later at the end of this video. Okay, so let's add this backpack to my character. I'm just going to drag it in like we did before. And I want it to sit on my upper body, so I'm going to move this under my upper body. And in order to attach this, I'm going to use sockets. If I just press this browse button, it's going to list all of the bones that exist under the parent of this. In this case, it'd be the upper body. And let's move it on to spine 3. Well, that's close, but not quite right. And it looks like it's sitting directly on the bone of spine 3. We probably want it to be offset, so it's sitting on the surface of the character. I can manipulate the transform here to move it in and out, but maybe if I have this backpack on a different character, or if my upper body changes to have maybe really thick coat or no coat, I want that backpack transform to adjust accordingly. I don't want to have to continually change this value in order to accommodate different upper bodies. So let's get around that by creating a new socket on this. Opening up the skeletal mesh, you can see our whole hierarchy here. And if I right-click on spine 03, you can see I have an add socket option here. I click that. What this does is creates a transform under that bone that I can manipulate and attach things to. Let's rename this attach backpack. And we will move this to the surface, something like that. And go ahead and go back to my blueprint. Now, when I select my backpack and choose this browse button, you see I now have attached backpack. Let's go and click it. Hey, there we go. So this is still sitting there, but it still needs to be rotated. So let's go back to this and rotate it 90 degrees. There we go, pops into place. Excellent. Now, let's get these straps animating. I think I accidentally left that set up, so we will clear this from scratch. Okay, so we have our backpack moving. Just to show that you can modify these at the same time, I'm going to pull this window off, and with my socket selected, I can manipulate that socket and see it move in my blueprint. There we go. Now I'm going to go back to my backpack. I'm going to right-click on the skeleton mesh and choose Create Animation Blueprints. I'm going to call this ABP for Animation Blueprint. Open this up. Let's create a very basic graph. First, we want to take in whatever the place this backpack is located, so its pose, and apply that into this animation blueprint. In this case, it's going to be essentially where it's placed on the back. I'm going to say input pose. Now, with input pose, if anything was animated on this before this animation blueprint is evaluated, we will see that pose come in through here. So if I were to place this backpack in sequencer, and then have this animation blueprint run on top of it, I should have that animated sequence come in, and then be able to act upon it. I'll get into that a bit more here in a second. Next, I want to add my physics. I'm going to say rigid body, and let's connect these up. Select them all and press Q just so that I make these lines nice and pretty. And with my rigid body selected, I'm going to select my, it's taking a second here. All right, so I'm going to click the drop down here, and I'm going to choose my backpack physics that I created previously. Now, a quick tip for being able to debug this stuff, and when you have a physics asset and you want to be able to manipulate it and see if it's working, let's go ahead and right-click and add a transform modify bone. Transform. There we go. I'm going to connect this up to that root bone. Going to modify, it's going to be our root, and I'm going to set translation mode to replace existing file. Now, whenever I select this node, I get manipulator in the viewport, and I can. There we go. Move it back and forth, and you can see that those rigid bodies are simulating. So that's just a good quick tip. I'm going to disconnect this because I don't actually need it for this to evaluate. But one more thing to note, the reason I'm using a rigid body node here instead of assigning the physics asset to my skeleton mesh is I have a lot more control over this rigid body. I can adjust the physics and customize that. I can tweak how much motion from my character is getting applied to the physics. For instance, if my character teleports 100 feet to the right, I don't want my physics to start jittering and exploding. So instead, I can imbue forces and limit how much force is applied to those physics through these properties. Okay, I'm going to save this animation blueprint, and let's talk about how I'm going to apply this. I can apply this animation blueprint in two different ways. The first, with the skeletal mesh assigned, is I can change this animation class to be that backpack I just created. That's a very viable way to do this. Basically, whenever this backpack spawns in this blueprint, it will run that animation blueprint, and those physics will move. But we're going to do this a different way. We're going to use the post-process animation blueprint. You can see it here in NASA details, or you can just search for post. Post-process animation blueprint. It's just an animation blueprint that will run after every other pose has been passed through. So previously I mentioned you can animate this in sequencer, and if this post-process blueprint is applied, then this will simulate on top of that animated sequence. If you had applied it just through the blueprints like this, then the blueprint would be overridden by the animation in sequencer. So this lets you layer on simulation on top of animation. Okay, let's compile. See what we have here. With that, we have some light simulation happening. Change this to something a bit more dynamic. We've got some physics moving. And you can see there's not a lot of motion. Maybe we want to add a bit more motion to this. If I go back to this animation blueprint, and I'm going to increase the amount that component movement gets applied to the physics. And I'm just going to, between 0 and 1, I'm going to say half the component movement, let's apply that simulation. compile. And we should see more movement happening in our blueprint. We're getting a little bit more. Now we're seeing those sway back and forth. Awesome.
Fuck.
Okay, you can stop hurting now. So now we have a character. We have animation applying to the entire thing. I can swap out parts of my character. For instance, if I go click on my hair and I change this to a different hair, I'm still able to see my whole character running around if I were to change this. Let's just go back and do that again. See, we still have the same hair. I can click on my upper body, change this to something like the coat, and we still have everything working. What if I want to have some sort of customization on parts of my character? When I saw this jacket, I thought that it was a really cool way to get some simulation on the collar. It has this really thick collar, it has some other things like zippers and stuff that would be fun to get some movement in. But I don't want to have to modify my core skeleton. So how do we do that? Well, let's take a look at this custom shirt I created. This shirt has triple collarbones that I've created. I'm just going to disable graph I'd already tried. Okay, so you can see I added bones for the collar so I can animate those. Let's turn on snapping. You can see I can now manipulate my collar. And I went ahead and deleted a bunch of bones that I didn't really care about. The finger bones and the leg bones that I don't need for this shirt, just to keep this for the streamline. I also created, when I created this, I created a unique skeleton. So it's not sharing a skeleton, it has its own skeleton called shirt collar skeleton. Now, if I want these bones to animate, let's go to the blueprint and see what happens. I'm going to change my upper body to use my new collar setup. Now, we didn't see anything change here, but let's see what happens when we look at our bones. I'm going to do show flag.bones space 1. That will now show all the bones that are in this viewport. Okay, well, this is interesting. We see the backpack. We can see that custom skeleton. And we see this cyan-colored skeleton, but we don't see the collarbones. It's kind of weird. How it's only going to disconnect this. Let's move it out of the way and compile. Now I see those collarbones. If I select different character, or actually let's go and change this to a different shirt. There you go. You can see the different bones swapping out depending on the bones that were applied to each of those meshes. All right, so let's go back to my collar. There we go. Problem though, as you may have guessed, is when I go back to my animation, now it's not following along anymore. Let's fix that. I go to my shirt color rig and I create an animation blueprint. I've already created a couple of these that you see in the folder. We'll create a new one. Let's say color new, and I'm going to go ahead and bring in, you can see these physics bodies right there. Let me go ahead and open up the physics asset so you can see what I created. It's just a couple static bodies for the bones that are going to be moving by animation, and then some simulated bodies. These are just color and compile. You can see these physics bodies right there. Let me go ahead and open up the physics asset so you can see what I created. It's just a couple
kinematic
static bodies.
Kinematic
for the bones that are going to be moving by animation, and then some simulated bodies. These are just color
simulated
color bodies
simulated
that are boxes, but to flop around a little bit. Just a couple static bodies.
Linear dumping 0, 1
for the bones that are going to be moving by animation, and then some simulated bodies.
Angular dumping 30. Applied mask to them.
Bodies for the bones that are going to be moving by animation, and then some simulated bodies. These are just color
okay.
Color bodies that are boxes, but to
О, наликабли.
a little bit, give a little bit of motion to this.
Мы смотрим, как делать анимацию клофинга.
Okay, so I'm going to save this, and I'm going to apply it to my shirt. I'm going to apply it to my shirt here using this blueprint, since we basically want to follow along with the character. So I'm going to choose to call this color demo and compile. Well, I did something wrong here. I think what I did wrong is I used input pose. Why did it work on the backpack and it doesn't work here? Well, the answer is because there's no pose being fed into this. In fact, what was feeding in the pose previously was this construction script. We were getting the pose from our lower body. When we applied it to the backpack, all we were doing is moving the root via this attached backpack, via this attached backpack socket. So we didn't actually need to pass in a whole pose. So to get around that, we're going to go back to our demo, and we're going to use a different pose. I'm going to right-click and choose Copy Pose from Mesh. Copy Pose from Mesh is a really great node that allows you to pass in skeletal information from one skeleton to another. They don't have to be the same skeleton. It'll do a name and hierarchy match instead. Just connect the input pose, connect Copy Pose from Mesh, and compile. So this, we just saw those still flap around. That's great. Clicking on the Copy Pose from Mesh, you can see a few settings. The way that this works is it takes a source mesh component.
Да, я хочу висюльки. Там, короче, столько проблем с этими модулярными персонажами. Там, короче, если ты хочешь, чтобы что-то висело, а у тебя лидер поуз, а у тебя в любом случае должен быть лидер поуз, если у тебя модулярный скелет, чтобы анимации друг за другом следовали. Он, короче, не дает тогда физику включать на эти висюльки. Потому что если у этих висюлек... Потому что если у лидер поуза нету фисюлек, он, короче, не будет их играть. И также, если... Вот то, что этот чел сказал, то, что я не знал. Если ты, например, добавляешь Skeletal Mesh, у которого дополнительные косточки, как, например, вот у этого... там слева у него вокруг... не знаю, капюшон пусть это будет, я не знаю, как это называется. Забыл. Вокруг вот этого капюшона косточки он сделал, и он показывал, что кости не видно, короче, если ты их в лидер пол запихиваешь. Поэтому он сейчас делает так, чтобы можно было эту анимацию, этот скелет играть вместе с анимацией, которая будет играть с лидер поуза, но при этом у тебя будет симулироваться физика и анимация. А так вот, смотри, что у меня произошло, я поэтому и начинаю гуглить. Потому что, вот смотри, я сделал, у меня сверху типа норм, но у меня есть две проблемы. У меня снизу не норм, как ты можешь увидеть. Видишь, он как будто какой-то у него попа большая, как будто бы. Что они не следуют как нужно, но это я уже, мне кажется, сам знаю, как починить. А другое, это если я упаду, на них не будет физика работать. Я себе DevBox поставил. Короче, на них физика не работает. И там все достаточно сложно. А ты мне же советовал на эту тему, у меня доп. Кости были с физикой. Ну так у тебя персонажи-то разделены? Там немножко по-другому. Здесь топ кости ты можешь использовать. Там у тебя... Вот смотри, у меня, например, лидер поуз есть. Вот она. Боди, например, у меня лидер поуз. Ты дополнительные кости можешь в разные skeletal mesh запихивать. То есть я, например, возьму шляпу и добавлю себе в skeletal mesh дополнительную кость. И именно в этом skeletal mesh эта дополнительная кость будет. Если в голове есть эта кость, а в боди нету, он не будет эту кость играть. Эта кость не будет существовать. Эта кость не будет существовать, короче. И не будет анимироваться. И не будет ничего происходить. Поэтому он сейчас показывает, как workaround делать. И вот я сейчас смотрю. Все, я назад пошел. Всем пока. Опа!
You can create a graph and derive this source mesh component from anything if you like. This can get pretty complex, but the easiest way is pass it through the graph like before. You can create a graph and derive this source mesh component from anything if you like. This can get pretty complex, but the easiest way is just to select this node and enable use attached parents. This attached parent is derived from our blueprints. Remember when we created this hierarchy? It'll say, hey, upper body, what are you attached to? Oh, you're attached to lower body? Great, I'll automatically get that for you. I'm also going to enable copy curves and copy custom attributes. That means if there were already any curves on the lower body, for instance, maybe you have facial curves that you want to pass through, or some morph targets that make the muscles flex when you are dancing. Those curves will get passed all the way through to all the children. Okay, I'm going to compile. Save again, and see what's happening. Hey, there we go. So now everything is right as expected. You can see the colors moving back and forth. Let's go ahead and turn off the show flags.bones, and we get to see our whole character running around. That's pretty straightforward. We're able to add some physics to our character without modifying our base skeleton. Those physics react to the character's movements, And we even have a backpack with some straps. Now that we have the full character working with some simulation on the upper body, we have a backpack attached that has some simulation as well. We're able to swap out any of these parts whenever we'd like. Taking a look at faces, faces often have their own complications. If I open up a skull mesh, you'll see that this face already has some more target curves that can place some expression. Oftentimes, we'll see heads need much more complication or much more additional complication than the rest of the body. For instance, bones for the jaw or the eyes or anything else that you want to manipulate on the face. You don't really want to carry all of those bones and all those curves around on the rest of your body parts, so often you'll have a separate skeleton with its own animation blueprints to carry that weight. Let's see what that looks like in practice. So here I've already created an animation blueprint, and we're going to treat this as if it has its own skeleton. And I'm just going to create a copy pose from mesh node, should be familiar. And I am going to enable use attached parent file, and we'll assign this to our animation blueprint here. And if we press compile, nothing will happen, and that is because currently the head is still following the
этот сраный лидер Post component.
And compile again. There we go. Now we see everything seems to be working as expected. Now if I take this character, I'm going to go ahead and save this, and I place it into the world. There we go. I'm going to add this to a level sequence so we can experiment a little bit. Take this character, drag it in, and press the plus track. Right now I'll need to, say, press plus on my head for the skull mesh, and I'm going to create a control rig. In this case, this control rig that I created a little bit earlier. So you can see that here I'm manipulating this control, and it's changing the facial expressions on the face. Set this. Now if I just have the actor selected, and I press plus, note how there's no control rig option, no way to animate this character without diving down into the components. Let's delete this, and I'll go into the character. We can resolve that by, first off, taking the lower body and making that the parent instead of the default. Now if I compile, go back to sequencer, and pull this character in. Now I press the plus, it's the active forward. If I assign this face rig again, just the default there, now we're getting something completely different. So what's going on here? Neither of them seem to be working correctly. So, well, there's a couple things happening. First off, the head is attached to the upper body. And so when we are using this copy pose from mesh, use attached parent, we're pulling from upper body. If you recall, we're using this custom skeleton, or collar rig, that has its own custom skeletal mesh and skeleton. And there are no curves here. So even if we were copying the curves from lower body to upper body, there's nowhere for those curves really to pass through. And finally, in our head, we're actually not copying the curves, so let's go ahead and turn these on. File. See if anything changes. Nope, still nothing changes. Okay. Going back to our animation blueprint, we can do a couple things. One, we can take the head and parent it to the lower body so that those curves pass through without having to go through the through the upper body. Go and try that. File it. And now when I manipulate, see it's moving all of the things. That's great. And something else we can do is instead of parenting this head to the lower body, we can keep it under the upper body, and this gets a bit more complex. We could use the blueprint here in the event graph to dive down, figure out what the lower body, or what we'd say kind of the lowest common denominator skeleton is, and pass that in to the source mesh component, rather than use attached parents. Before we move on to the next section, I want to show that control rig that I demoed there briefly. I'm going to go into models, demo, and we'll look at this control rig. The way this control rig is set up is I've created a vector control.
Сабин, делай себе яичные роллы.
This vector control moves in X and Y.
Делай себе яичные роллы.
And this flow control just moves.
Яичные роллы?
Да, вон лихие делают.
When this control is moved,
знаю, что это такое.
it generates
Ну, он тебе скажет.
a +1 to
Я
-1
знаю, что это.
Он тебе скажет.
Скажи мне, что такое яичные роллы.
Он тебе скажет.
0 to 1, anger on X,
Я есть хочу, вы тут мне нравится.
0 to 1 drives joy on Y, -1 drives and then it's just driving the loop. This set curve value in the control rig is setting the curves that are already on that skeleton, so it's directly driving these curves. That is how that control rig is set up. Now that we have a full character, let's see what it looks like to run around. Let's see what it looks like by default in my
Лира, Лира.
I have a few settings here
Лира.
If I go to Player Developer Settings, I can set a default experience. In this case, I'm using Elimination. Once I press play, I'll be in that mode. I can also override the number of players that are going to spawn and let the bots attack me or not. So for now, we'll leave these on. Let's play. Okay, now we're spawning as the mannequin. Jump, dodge.
Зачем вы так?
If I want to swap out these characters for my new character, I'm going to need to do a bit of setup. In order to see how these characters are currently set up, I'm going to show very quickly how the mannequins are set up. Quickly as I can. So I'm going to go into characters. This is Lyra, content characters, cosmetics, and you'll see a couple blueprints here. I'm going to open up the template, which is our UE4 mannequin with a sphere on its head. And you'll see this is a very basic blueprint. It just has a skeletal mesh and a static mesh. The static mesh is using its head as a parent socket. But if I select the skeletal mesh, you'll see I have an animation blueprint applied. Let me browse to this animation blueprint. There we go. I'll open it up. So this looks pretty similar, but instead of copy pose from mesh, it's using retarget pose from mesh. I'm not going to go too deep into what retarget pose from mesh does, or how to set it up, because there's some videos that talk through this in greater detail. I'll give it a quick overview. Similar to copy pose from mesh, it has use attached parents, and it takes an IK retarget asset. If I open up this asset, we'll see I have our UE5 mannequin and our UE4 mannequin. Any animation that I play on the UE5 mannequin, so let's choose emote, will retarget to the child actor here. So in this case, the UE4 mannequin. And the way it's doing that is through this retarget asset, this IK rig asset. This IK rig asset basically defines limbs on the character. So you can say this is my right arm, this is my left arm, these are my legs, these are my hips. And so you can see there's a whole bunch of stuff already defined in here. Now you don't need to recreate these from scratch every time. In fact, if I open up this, so if this is the source, which is the UE5 mannequin, and the target is the UE4 mannequin, you can see there's a lot already defined. And since all these bones and all these names already exist on our current character, you can swap it out. So let's see what that looks like if I were to swap out, let's see what they're called. We'll choose one of these pre-maidens. Back to my emote, and you'll see my character retargets without me having to recreate a new IK rig or retarget asset. Okay, so that's pretty cool. So going back to my settings, my editor preferences, in my Lyra cosmetic developer settings, I can say cheap cosmetic character parts. And expand this, and I'm going to say template. That blueprint we just looked at. When I press play, we all spawn as this character.
Sure.
And we see all the animations still work, holding a weapon. So what's actually happening in the hood is it's spawning the base hero character. And that character is what's playing all the animation on an invisible skeleton. And then using that cosmetic override is retargeting that invisible character onto this blueprint. So let's use that same knowledge and apply it to our current character. In fact, let's go ahead and assign our character here, the modular character, and see what happens. Okay, well, I mean, that's kind of okay, but not quite right. And the reason is because right now, we don't actually have that retarget pose from mesh set up. So I'm going to open up this blueprint again. And on the lower body, we just have an animation asset. We're going to clear this out and create a new animation blueprint. So one more time, let's go back to our characters, and I'm going to create for our lower body a new animation blueprint. And I'm going to call this PvP modular retargets. And I'll move this back into and we'll do that. In our animation blueprints, I'm just going to right click and say target pose from mesh instead of copy pose from mesh. Target pose from mesh, connect up. Remember, since this skeleton.
Вы никогда не задумывались, что Epic Games, они мегамайнды, потому что все их игры сделаны на Unreal Engine, Unreal Engine в свободном доступе, все могут учиться Unreal Engine, и таким образом у них всегда можно получить работу, если ты умеешь работать в Unreal Engine.
And not the exact skeleton asset, but just the hierarchy and the name of the skeleton will automatically work with our previously defined IK retargeter assets that come with the product. So I'm going to choose this retarget UE5 Manny to UE4 Manny asset. This comes with a Lyra project. And use attached parent. I'm going to compile. I'm going to assign this animation. Compile character, I won't see any movement yet.
Set litter pose component, new head. Ага. Что, все сидите, смотрите, да? Видос интересный.
I won't see any movement yet because right now just playing an empty target. If I play the game, I should now see my character.
Офигеть.
Still being able to aim and shoot. So we can always refine this, but this provides kind of basics. Alright, so now that we have our own character running around and firing,
У тебя еще чуть-чуть и
let's
будет
see what else
200
we can do with this.
подписчиков.
It would be pretty cool if whenever I spawned, I would spawn a different outfit. Let's set it up. Let's set up where it will generate a random
Там на
outfit
лоб
from some sort of
тренировался.
collection every time this character.
Вообще ничего не видно у него.
So first what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a new variable. Let's do this. I'm going to
Город скучный.
I want to spawn different upper body every time I recreate this movement.
Я прослушал все, вы совсем не знаете.
Outfit from some sort of collection.
Что он делает?
Pretty cool if whenever I spawned, I would spawn a different outfit. Let's set it up. Let's set up where it will generate a random outfit from some sort of collection every time.
Да, но это не интересно, но ладно.
So first what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a new variable. Let's do this. I'm going to I want to spawn different upper body every time I recreate this movement. I'm going to just drag off of my upper body and create a new variable. This way I know exactly what this type is. And I'm going to call this, let's call it upper body parts. There we go. And rather than having this as a single variable, I'm going to make this
Что вы хотите?
and compile.
Сабина все сделает.
I'm going to put a small collection into here of different upper bodies. So the first one we'll say, I think this should be a reference.
Денег нет. Предупреждаю.
Что вы хотите от Сабины на 200 подписчиков?
That's built up on parts. Start by creating a new variable. Call this upper body parts. And this will be a collection of.
Что он сделал? Он кринж? Он обрезал? Он обрезал.
Я могу скинуть на пиратскую версию ссылку.
This is a variable type of skeletal mesh. And I'm going to create a new function. Create a new event called randomize process. We'll call this and our new function to generate a new outfit for body part.
Так это сейчас будет он через for each loop. А, даже random.
We'll call this
update.
Что такое двинуло?
Хочу.
Блин. А тогда все. Смотри прохождение игры. Гускин ссылку.
It'll take in a part mesh. In this case, this is going to would be our upper body one right here. And it'll resize to this random. The reason why I'm storing this as a variable is each time this random function is called, it will pull a new random mesh. And since we're going to be using this random mesh multiple times in this function, we want to make sure we're always using the same random. Right now, the way this function is set up, we will just be redefining the skeleton mesh. We want to make sure that whenever this is regenerated, the correct materials get used. See what materials are currently assigned to this mesh, and for each one of those, we're going to assign it to our partner.
А ты чё? Шизик.
Что меня это... Что
Шизнул.
меня это...
Шизнул немножечко.
Что меня...
So just to reiterate this again, we have generated or built a random mesh out of our available parts, and then we store that.
Ты чё?
We're going to with our new random mesh, and we're going to get whatever materials were assigned to the mesh and assign them to our new body.
Вот где вы вчера были? Сабине не было не с кем разговаривать. Кашля, кашля.
Чужие вошли в чат.
Что он сделал? Да это кто-то накрутил.
Это ботики. Ботики это были.
Неактивные боты кто-то накрутил. Корвит накрутил.
Ботиков накрутили. Но все равно сейчас смотрит 8 человек, это достаточно много.
Да откуда вы все приходите, ребят?
В чем я не вижу?
А Вольфан тут? Вольфан, are you here? Вольфан.
9 человек.
Шаденфрауде. Кто-то вообще здесь?
Рели там еще был. Где все?
На
Кто
Ликабле.
сидели?
Да чатик активный. А, на Ликабле тоже писал недавно.
Да. А остальные 8 где?
На Ликабле он тебе показывает, как одежду менять в игре. Ты запомнил это? Ты запомнил? Как делать рандомизированную одежду у персонажей? Меня здесь нет.
Это только лоб. Только лоб.
Но там очень важно было это, конечно, симуляция. Симуляция это была ИБА.
Add a new input. Won't allow nothing. If this is true, and we're going to randomly generate the boolean.
Что он делает?
To be applied.
Allow nothing. А вот где найти 3D-скан тела, чтобы не сидеть, не скрипировать детализацию всего тела, лучше подскажите. CG Pierce отвалился у меня.
У тебя был CG Pierce?
У тебя был CG Pierce? А мне CG Pierce? А мне? Откуда у тебя CG Pierce? Откуда у тебя? Откуда это у тебя? Откуда у тебя CG Pierce? А мне CG Pierce? А это когда тогда над стримеру можно CG Pierce донатить к стримеру? Можно доступ к CG Pierce?
Буду всплыл.
Дайте 80 евро, чтобы качать файлы, пожалуйста.
Сколько там стоит CG Pierce сейчас? Он же вообще стоит 180, да, евро где-то? На фанпей его, наверное, можно купить на платиру только. Ну, типа, за нормальные цены. Откуда у тебя CG Pierce? А нету даже уже. CG Pierce. 40 евро. А CG Pierce? А, ну CG Pierce хакнули, я забыл. У меня есть только вот эта старая CG Pierce. CG Pierce за 40 евро. Ребят, закиньте донатиком CG Pierce. Ну и на фанпей, скорее всего, есть. Нету.
Gather all of them and so on. And for each of them, you're going to call that new seed. Now I should be able to. Oh, the reason this isn't working is because Lyra already has a bunch of keyboard input settings, so I need to make sure that this blueprint is able to. The auto receive inputs for now. I'll say player. Now if I play the game, I'll be able to. There we go. So now we're able to change the visibility of parts on our characters.
Но это неинтересно.
Only the random outfit on my own character. We can do that as well. Instead of getting all of the actors, I am going to hit player pawn.
Ну, электрорастера я бы не покупал.
My characters M will randomize only my player. Editing the blueprint. This is IO.
Ой, какая.
Familiar structure to what we just created in our modular character. We have bodies, torso,
Что он с
legs,
ней
feet,
сделает?
face. These are all just modular pieces that are combined to make a cohesive character. Metahuman are already set up with some of this behavior. In fact, if you go to the variables.
Опа, подтвердите почту.
If you enable this, this is going to swap out the animation blueprint and scene to use the retarget pose from mesh. The exact same thing that we use for our lower body. If I go into my editor preferences again and look at the developer settings, I can choose IO and now run around as that character.
Ну вот зачем он это показывает?
It's just a modular character. Even though it looks scary, it has a lot of complications to it. At the end of the day, it's just using all the concepts we discussed here. If you want to start modifying Metahuman,
это Metahuman.
Exactly what we did before. Let's go ahead and try adding a
Ну, кстати, а вот этот Metahuman сейчас же нормально выглядит. Не? На лекабле. Не нравится? Тебе такая не нравится? Не нравится тебе такая девочка?
Хотя мне так тебе.
Блин, ну давайте попробуем перед засыпанием сделать быстренько.
Сейчас делаешь?
Ну, надо проверить.
Ты собираешься в час ночи ложиться спать?
Нет, за час. Я в 00 пойду. Через 40 минут, ребятки, спать уже надо будет идти. Извините, рабочая неделя началась. Так. Обожаю работать со скелетал-мешами. Короче, у него кастомные анимейшн блупринты. Давайте проверим, как это работает. Норм. Норм. А чё норм? А чё норм? А чё норм, слышь? А чё норм? А чё норм, слышь? А чё норм? А чё? А чё? А чё? Чё норм-то? А чё? А чё норм? Так, мы отсоединим боди. Я не буду сейчас кастомные прям совсем скелеты делать. Голову надо сделать. Ну или накидку. У меня сейчас просто все висюльки на попе. Итак. Накидку сделаем. Мы сделаем накидку. Накидку сделаем. Сделаем накидку. Накидку сделаем. Накидка. 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 Хотя у меня уже есть скелет. Так.
Какой смешной.
Да, на про вас, ребят.
У меня тогда палочка, которую я тебе скидывала уже, вот эта, которая танцует, палочка. Помнишь? Она такая...
Ок. И чё?
Похоже на ту палочку.
Ты про что?
А
Мой
ты видишь
скелет? Так.
Ну, ты вроде там танцевал этот из ФНАФа, антискелет. Я не знаю, почему он назвался все. Как он танцует по песне. У меня дед кашляет.
Я.
Он прям очень громко кашляет, и он намного чаще
Ну
начал
вот,
кашлять.
у меня уже есть. Так. Convert to skeletal mesh. Player 2. Open. косточка. Не говорит, что я это сделал. Нет. Я вижу, что вот она. Окей. Теперь добавляем вейты. А что, они одинаково названы? А, нет. Нет, Алихей. Нет, Алихей. Нет, Алихей. Погоди.
Это что? Какой-нибудь вирус на ссылку когда-нибудь кинет? И моему компьютеру капец. Персона 3.
Что там?
Песня из Персоны 3. Тебе включить?
Да, включи так через наушники. Да нет, конечно. Сейчас, погодите. Я просто... Пусть так будет. Сабина, спасибо.
Пожалуйста.
Так, там одна косточка, поэтому ничего интересного не будет. Нужно 2 косточки. Но если она просто начнет дергаться, это уже прогресс. Теперь я для нее должен сделать Animation Blueprint. Здесь я должен взять
to another body. Here, catch a lower body. Our blueprints. Remember when we created it? That means if there were through.
А что она уже работает? А сейчас она не будет работать. А сейчас она не работает, потому что лидер Pose Component. Видите разницу? Блин, а чё я раньше этот видос не посмотрел?
Сидел, страдал просто. Вот это как кулак в жопу запихивать. Вот, понимаете, ребята, даже не могу объяснить.
Реально.
Что да?
Реально.
Офигеть, она симулируется. Она симулируется. Вопрос, будет ли она симулировать гравити. А теперь мы сделаем так. Она симулирует гравитацию. Мне кажется. У меня предположение. Да. Ой, ребята.
Ну что, я это сделал за 10 минут, понимаете, чтобы вы понимали. А что я это сделал за 10 минут.
А вы знаете, сколько я страдал?
3 часа.
Не, больше, Сабин. Я вчера еще страдал.
Да?
Конечно, это часов 12, наверное. Где анимашки бега? Слышь ты! Слышь ты! Блин, а это еще как Pose Component работает. А что это так легко? Вы видите, что я сделал?
Ну вот перед тем, чтобы что-то делать, Можно загуглить,
shut up!
существует
Shut the fuck
туториал.
up! Shut up!
Если существует туториал, и посмотреть его, и не тратить на это очень
Это не
много
туториал
времени,
был.
сил.
Я не думаю, что это туториал.
Что это было?
Это какой-то... Это они показывали... Это от самого Unreal Engine было. Это типа... Я думаю, будет просто рассказывать про них. Ну, типа, я знал, что это видео существует, но я о нем забыл просто. Это Unreal Engine Fest 2022. Блин. А вот мне сейчас интересно, а можно и то с ней сделать? Наверное, нельзя, да?
Вот-вот.
Ребят, я сейчас всех банить начну. Первого тайм-аута нарекаблю в тайм-аут, живо. В тайм-аут нарекаблю. В тайм-аут его. Какая документация? Кто в наше время читает документацию? Пишешь? Чат GPT. How do I do this? И он тебе неправильно все говорит. Делаешь, как он говорит. О чем вы вообще? А мне вот теперь интересно, могу ли я это... Вот знаете, в чем прикол самое-самое интересное? Я вот эти все кости теперь могу убрать. Давайте прямо сейчас попробуем. Я чисто в теории могу теперь все эти кости убрать. И вот это самое крутое. С помощью этой системы. Проверяем. Мне не нужно теперь ничего здесь. Ну да, конечно. Надо вот так вот убирать. У нас нет костей. Нам не нужны руки. Нам не нужна голова. Все. Даже можно pelvis попробовать удалить. Он удаляется, к сожалению, полностью. Допустим, даже попробуем без pelvis. Сохранить. Краш. Только не говори, что сейчас у меня Unreal будет крашиться вечно. Потому что я это сделал во время того, когда он был подключен к моему... Это будет очень грустно. Каждый раз теперь, когда я вроде буду открывать свой блупринт, у меня будет крашиться. Нет. Так, нужно отсоединить, короче. Так вот надо сделать. Он крашнулся из-за этого. Всегда, когда меняете скелет, отсоединяем его в блупринте. Записали? Запомнили? Видите, теперь ничего не крашится. Видите, теперь ничего не крашнулось. Записывайте, запоминайте. Так. Так, в смысле бла-бла-бла. Корвида тоже в тайм-аут. Сабин, давай. Отрабатывай.
Что отрабатывать?
Отрабатывай за всех.
Пусть Алексей делает.
Работает,
и так
ребят.
Алексея забанила у себя на канале.
Слышите, шутки шутками работает. Я Костю удалил, он работает.
Да.
Так, в смысле, стоп, что? В этом-то вся и суть была. Только он немножко сдвинут вниз. Надо рут поднять ему. Ну, я не знаю, как вот... Ну, блин, вот это, конечно...
Я его разбанила. Если его еще бы не он бы еще у меня в бане сидел бы, я бы не видела его сообщения.
У него рут, короче, сдвинулся, к сожалению. Он работает только с 2 костями. Те кости, которые ему нужны. Сейчас я вот встану. Вот смотри, он сейчас двигаться начнет. Видишь, он и дышит снизу. Мразь. Ща, ну мне надо... Ну это такой, это проверочный. Давай попробуем вообще вот так вот.
У тебя осталось 20 минут.
У тебя 20 минут осталось.
Вот, смотри, видишь? А, ну они там сдвинулись немножечко. Но ему пелвис нужен все равно. Пелвис. Он без пелвиса не может. Без пелвиса не может. В этом-то вся и суть сейчас, что он показывал. Что теперь... Там только 2 кости нужно. Тебе нужны только те кости, которые используются в скелете. Продлевать будете? Нет, мы не будем продлевать. Блин, круто. Вот его скелет, ребят, смотрите. Наблюдайте. Учитесь. Такая, конечно. Вот я только не очень понимаю, почему Рут сдвинулся. Почему-то Рут уехал. Вот это я что-то вообще не вдуплил. А, слушайте, ему даже пелвис не нужен. Посмотрите, ему даже пелвис не нужен. В ногах у меня пелвис. Офигеть. Я его почти уже подставил к себе. Вот это сила, ребят. Вот это сила. Понимаете, у меня просто 2 косточки теперь. Вам, наверное, не понять, ребят. Ну, все нормально. Я понимаю, что вы... Я понимаю, что вам не понять. Вам до меня еще расти. Но пелвис, короче, лучше не трогать. Это просто одна лишняя кость, ничего страшного, что с ней. Что и нет. Ну круто, круто. Вообще кайф. Вообще просто лайк. Офсетить, конечно, это плохо, плохое дело. Но видно, что двигается. С двумя костями. Вау. Блин. Ну давайте, раз уж такое дело, попробуем еще кое-что сделать, ребятки.
Нет.
Сабин.
Нет.
Давайте попробуем сделать симуляцию ткани теперь этой штучки, которая там дергается. И давайте просто сдвинем это как надо. Вот так вот. Он будет сейчас где-то у нас в ногах. Не поднимем. Так, вон я вижу эту ткань. Если вы не видите, ребят. Ладно, так уж и быть. Сдвинем его в бок. Так, а где ткань? Окей. Главное ткань видеть. А вон она. Теперь добавляем ей ткань. Так. Так. Опа. Опа, это что у нас здесь? А это что у нас тут такое? Опа, это у нас что-то ткань появляется. О, нифига себе. Нифига себе. Это что у нас? А это что у нас такое? Проверяем. Оу. Блин, ребят, вы даже не понимаете, ребят, ребята, ой, ребятки, ой, Сабина.
Что тебе надо? Ты меня слышишь? Ты меня слышишь?
Сабина! Так, мы это можем увидеть только теперь так. Это будет сложно проверить, это надо будет с накидкой делать. Типа на верхней части мы добавляем вейты, на нижний клов, и та будет симулировать физику вроде как, а ткань будет за ней следовать. Наверное. Пойдет. Да, ребят, пора закругляться. Всем спасибо, что пришли. Я надеюсь, вы узнали много о скелеталмешах. Подписывайтесь на канал, ставьте лайки. 95% из вас не подписаны на канал. Завтра это я все, короче, удаляю, что я сделал. Очень круто. Что-то он говорит, что это у меня до сих пор в VP-плеере есть. Кто? 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 Кто я?
Я?
Ты?
Ты?
Кто я?
Ты. Все?
А мне вот теперь знаете, что интересно? Вот здесь он, короче, сказал. У него, короче, симулируются вау, у меня такая идея. Ее надо записать, короче. Сабин. Тебе не понять. Иди рисуй. Иди рисуй, иди рисуй. Иди рисуй, иди рисуй. Вот это надо добавить. Поменять логику подбирания предмета. Сделать. Прицепить невидимый скелетал меш к руке. При подборе включать. К сокету руки.
These properties. affected by physics.
Все, ребят. Au revoir. S'il vous plaît. Merci.
Пока.
Bonne nuit. C'est Valdi. J'ai peur. À la mort. Je peux peur.
Nuchtenor! Putain, t'es gitan!